Hi, everybody. That's really quite a lot of join the melon pit messages. So, anyway, we have a Discord now. Very exciting. Members are... I see. Well, you are allowed to spam links in this chat. Ah, yeah, that's really unfortunate. Aside from your stream, basically the same for me. I only mod for your channel and channels that don't really stream. Yeah, how's everybody doing? I hope we're all having a good day. It is a Wednesday. I have finished my work week, so it is time to relax and vibe. It was ooh, how very exciting. I love making cinnamon rolls for no particular reason. This no particular reason happens to be that Fox and I will be making cinnamon roll French toast tomorrow for Thanksgiving. Because neither of us really care for the traditional Thanksgiving meal. Yeah, well, I don't particularly care for it, and then I know last year you were just like, don't really feel like doing that, so... Whee! Yeah, it was a lot of fun the one time we made that turkey. But let's go ahead and hop on into the game. We have 3 of 20, which is interesting. I think that's a... well... I'm very confident it's a bot. That says the drip. Has that been running since last stream? Do you want me to go look at that? Let's put down some of our materials. We might be going on a field trip. Alright. Yeah, we're going on an adventure to the dripstone farm that last stream, I believe, Ox fired up for us. Now, it's time for maintenance. Yeah, I'm here to fill in for the automated parts of certain farms. Munch our carrots and let's go. We're on... I don't think we've ever been here on my stream. For those of you who also go to Ox's stream, the dripstone farm is in a very lovely, like, grocery store looking building. It really fits the vibe of grocery stores one might find out here. In the greater LA area. They do kind of look like this. So I think it's a very successful build in that regard. I also think it's a very successful dripstone farm. But what, it's been running since Sunday, so we'll see what, like, 3 days of dripstone farming has created. Turn off our hitboxes while we're at it, because I don't think we're going to need them for right now. Yeah, I gathered that it's not the fastest farm ever, so curious if it actually made it. Now, I know that we can get here through the back tunnels. I just don't actually know where In the back tunnels, this is. So we're gonna have to read some signs. This away. Hey Vex, yep, we're in the Ox back rooms. How you doing, Vex? Hope you're having a good evening. Crafting something for your Stargate. Something that was also a Doctor Who reference, I think. Stone Farm. And then I know... there it is. I love that the cactus have just like started growing the flowers. It's very fun. But anyway, this is the Dripstone Farm. I believe the door is somewhere on the back. There it is. And Vic says, I'm doing well. I've set up a funny Grafana thingy that shows me data from my GregTech New Horizons server. Oh, it is entirely full. Do I have to turn this thing off, or is it just not running? I don't actually... Lil, do you want me to turn it off? I just flip this switch right here? It's on a daylight sensor. Okay. Probably not this much. Oh, there it goes. Let's watch it. I don't know where this stuff is gonna go now, since all the chests are full. I should have thought about this, though, considering what we were doing, and picked up more shulkers. Wow, that one flew with speed. I like the ones that make it so far they get out of the track. Anyway, so I can just go ahead and flip this lever, though? I take it that it is safe to simply turn it off now? I don't think I've used the amount of dripstone that's now in this thing. Oh. How exciting. It just goes. Very exciting. Now that we're here, whee! One last time. I think this one's stuck in the honey. Will that eventually just fall out? Ah, it lives there now. anyway. Okay, gotcha. No, it won't go again, no. It's actually sitting on the iron block because honey is not a full block. Gotcha. Well, picked it up, so guess there's that. Yeah. And then Vex was saying, go back here. It seems to be incredibly bad at scaling graphs if I want them to be scaled, though I am sure that if I were more skilled with the program that I can make it do what I want it to, so maybe it's just a skill issue. So what kind of data are you trying to look at, Vex, out of curiosity? Where was that portal at? There's the portal. Do. Do you happen to have shulkers at your base, Ox, that we could borrow to compact this farm? Because I didn't notice that my inventory supply was down to 3. Cool. I am curious what movable chests would accomplish there, though, Vex. Just because I don't know the technical things. Alright. Now... Ah, okay. I got you, Alex. And to be honest, I mostly just care about the energy in my wireless network. It's effectively infinite storage, so I have a big buffer, but I still need a way to see if the overall trend is up or down. So I added some graphs for that, as well as some other for fun late game materials and a TPS, because why not? Okay, there should be a chest with an Eye of Ender on it. Alrighty. We'll look around. The one with the Ender Pearl on it? Yeah. So now let's see. We need some wood. I actually don't really know what the saplings look like. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of jungle logs to pilfer. I guess we've used all the jungle logs at some point. For those of you who don't know, jungle logs are, or jungle wood in general, is not Ox's favorite wood. It is, in fact, the one that she's always like, use the jungle wood. Okay, that really was not a lot. We need some oak logs because we... Okay, what is the wood that you like less? I actually don't know how many logs. Okay, use the dark oak. Is that because you dislike dark oak, or because you just have Oh, gotcha. I follow now. I got it, I got it. I was slow on the draw. Okay. No, let's just try to make the half stack. But yeah, gotcha. And I imagine that that's just because dark oak is a more productive tree. That was not shulker. Whee! And then we'll put back our couple of planks. We'll take our one accidental chest with us. Yeah. Apparently the tree farm is not the best at one by one trees. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is the tree farm. It is quite cool looking. I really love this effect on the building. Looks amazing. But it blows up trees right in the center here, generating a not insignificant amount of cobblestone while it's at it. Which is kind of funny. But yeah. I also learned what a derivative was while setting up my graphs for wireless power. So I'm basically the smartest person ever. And yeah, the tree farm works better for 2x2 trees. Yeah, that says, truly, that building is a very impressive deco for a tree farm. It rates very well. We all agree it's very cool. And Ox says, I specifically chose a tree farm that I thought I could make an interesting deco for, and it seemed unlikely to break on new tree shapes. In the building process, it has thus far only broken, to my knowledge, one time on one tree type, which was cherry. Oh, it's broken twice. I see. But yes, it broke. Oh, and it was for the same reason? Okay. So to my understanding, this problem was caused by beehives. And the fact that beehives could spawn in on cherry leaves or something. I only vaguely remember the adventures of Ox having to sit there, like, watch the VOD, trying to figure out what had broken this thing. Because it mysteriously broke in operation. Of course they go over there. Forgot. Our choice to keep the one chest is causing a problem, so put you outside for now. While we do this part of the task. We are once again bringing you only the most riveting stream content I know. The one where we do the thing that a shulker loader does. Shulker loaders are quite cool, quite elaborate. We're also waiting for a good breakpoint to read this very exciting story that Ox is telling. That has been it. Alright, so we're going to read this. Certain tree types are blocked from growing by non-tree blocks. So I had to replace an obsidian with a waterlogged leaf. Well, in my floral wisdom, I decided to use cherry leaf. Cherry leaf counts as a flower for the purpose of allowing beehives to generate. Beehives cannot be pushed by pistons, and cherry trees happen to generate wide branches at the level of the TNT duper. So after a couple hours, the stars would align, and the TNT duper would be unable to push the TNT and would blow itself up. So then Vex says, so your farm can't farm cherry wood, correct? Or at least not safely? Ox says, it can, you just have to use literally any leaf that isn't cherry or flowering azalea. That says, but that is only because the star is truly aligned for cherry in particular. And thank you, Ox. I try to bring value to the server by being useful. We do want to do this, though, just so we can see specifically how many dripstone we got out of this thing, running for the time that it did. Though I guess someone with a really quick math could just look at the number of chests and know how much dripstone was going to come out of this thing. I guess minus the amount of sugars. I think it was one row at the bottom of this was filled. But I've been slowly taking dripstone out of this thing for a long time. Just because it's a fun thing to use in my base. And so I know that, like, I'm not using it crazy fast. I am using it probably faster than most people do, but I think definitely not faster than this farm can produce it, because... Oops. Like, I'd have to just be, like, plastering literally every surface with dripstone, I think, to outdo the farm. Okay, we're getting there. So anyway, it is Thanksgiving week here in the US. And so, as such, I have officially finished my work for the rest of this week. I'm very happy. All right. We ended up generating a not insignificant amount of dripstone. I was actually just going to take the partial shulker with me. I could put it in loose if you want it, but I just figured I want to see them lined up here. So we have one partial, and we generated, what is that? Each row is 9, 18, 21 full shulkers, one partial. So that's pretty good. We're going to go ahead and grab some of these. Probably take those ones for now. What is that? 5 filled ones plus the partial. Very exciting. Oh god, I didn't bring my tools. Now we suffer. Sorry for that, everybody. I love that that's just become associated as an acorn moment. Which I was very surprised today. Acorn managed to stream all the way almost until my stream. It's been a long time since we had that long Acorn streams. Yes, Vex, I see you've noticed that. The 1 million Shaco point redeem. For people who don't know, which is probably not a lot of people who are here, but I attempted to never buy Shaco. Shaco is my least favorite League of Legends champion, and I refused to buy him. So for the longest time, I owned every champion except for Shaco. Whoops. And then finally, in like some event or something, Riot gifted me Shaco. That's the only reason I own him. I debated refunding him. I could try. I don't know what I would do. I actually don't even know if I could try to refund him because I technically didn't buy him. But now that we have channel points, I have made some redeems. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure if I opened a ticket to Riot support, they would take Shaco away from me, but maybe we'll do that for a stream one day. Seeing Riot to delete Shaco from my client. Alright, let's go see if we have literally any spot that seems to make any sense for dripstone in this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I definitely don't think we're going to have a dedicated dripstone box, and I don't know that I would have, like, thought to put dripstone in any of the existing categories. I don't even know what dripstone would maybe even be most like. Oh no, I do have one. It's just actually way over here. That's funny. Not sure what it's doing here, but... we do actually have one. Very nice. I don't know that I'm going to keep it at a 1 million Shaco redeem. But if I do keep it at the 1 million points, I will literally throw like a Shaco themed party for that stream. It will be the funniest thing ever. If we actually make it to the 1 million point redeem. I don't particularly want to make it a community goal, Ox. I do particularly want to make this Vex's burden to bear. It is quite funny. The actual, like, statistically the best shot of getting a Shaco game is actually to redeem the ARAM, what is it called? The Limited Champion Select. Because there are, like, statistically some champions I would be less likely to play than Shaco, so you could get Shaco and someone else as my only options. And, like, there are champions I would be less likely to play. There are not many, but there are some. Okay. Yeah, so the problem with the League redeems as I see it is that in ARAM there's very little time for them. Yeah, so we can make them cheaper. I don't remember what we look at them. What did we make? Yeah, we can just make them cheaper. Oh, okay. Yeah. I get you. I get you. I think they'll be better when we do ranked games. Ranked games give us a lot more time to select a skin. Uh, I understand, though. I kind of hate so in the... oh, and I see that. Oxus actually redeemed a Warhammer 40k fact. Let me finish the thought I was having. Because what was I going to say? So in League, one of the things that kind of has frustrated me recently was that they changed the they changed how long you have once champion select pops. In an ARAM match, you used to have 99 seconds. It was 90 or not, it was 99 or 90. I can't quite remember, but you had 99 seconds once all the champions were locked in to select your skins, to go over your runes, all that stuff. And I think in that world, it would have been a lot better if they had kept it that way. But I think enough people complained that they dropped it down to 40 seconds, and now it feels turbo fast. I actually don't like how fast it feels. See, the Vex is kind of saying the same thing. ARAM Champ Select feels really fast. I also, and you guys have seen it when we play ARAM, that I have to like speed run selecting the runes. I would love to stop and explain more what I'm trying to do with my choices, but like there's literally no time to do it anymore. I think that's kind of frustrating, honestly. I don't like how short they made the selection time. So we're going to put up a big scaffolding thing here, probably to work on this area a little more. So I do think I want to raise the ceiling. But let's think. Let's stop to think about our random Warhammer 40k fact. As Ox pointed out, the funny time to redeem that would be on Friday, because I will be joining friend of the stream, Nim, for a Warhammer stream. Will I be streaming it? I don't think so. And there, yeah, there's the shout out. Thank you. I don't think I will be streaming Warhammer 40. We're playing Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, which I happen to own. Would not have necessarily been my first pick for game to stream, but should be fun. I know Warhammer things. Mostly because I would still have to figure out exactly how to stream it. So the thing going on there is I can easily join, but I own Space Marine 2 on the Xbox, and I have not yet figured out exactly how to do the Xbox streaming. It's like I could spend the time trying to figure it out, but I kind of just figured I would join and just play in game and talk with them, and then just launch into my stream later in the day at usual stream times. Because it'll also be at like 1 p.m. So that had just been kind of my plan, was just to do my own regular stream later, rather than try to stream the Warhammer game. I could. I just also wasn't sure that, like, I think it'll be very fun to be there. I'm not entirely sure that it's, like, a thing that you guys would want to watch. And if you do want to watch, you can definitely join Nim's stream to watch it. The only thing that I think would be kind of funny, I guess, would be to watch the difference between a player who has played the game before and a new player, but I don't even think that that's going to be particularly worth it. I do think, as a slightly more experienced player, it's actually going to be me, like, running around trying to help a little bit. And I'd say I get this. Well, I suspect that it's going to be two relatively experienced players playing, and then Nim. And so I think that Nim is going to be the fun perspective to watch, because That'll be truly the new player perspective. So we're gonna go here, and we're probably gonna stop right there. I think that's high enough. But yeah, so I guess for our Warhammer fact for today, I think I'd like to start with something kind of relevant to what we will be doing on Friday, which Space Marine 2 is obviously, if that title did not give it away, a game about Space Marines. Oops. How did that happen? But in the world of Warhammer, Space Marines are kind of the poster boy. They're like on the box art for like everything. They are the thing that like most people actually are excited about in the setting, much to the chagrin of a lot of other factions and stuff, because by being the most popular guys, Space Marines get all the, basically all the support. They're in everything. They get the most books by a long shot. But in Space Marine 2, we will be playing... Uh-oh. Somehow I thought that would just actually go through and not need the middle one. I guess it might depend on what angle I'm placing them from. Interesting. I didn't realize it would work that way. I could get those ones in the middle, but only if I place them from specific angles. Anyway. So yeah, we will be playing as a group of what are called Ultramarines. Yeah, I see that now. It matters which one I place first. Like that one fell. That one might just fall no matter what. I suspect that that one then is really just too far from anything. Yeah, we will be playing as the Ultramarines, who are one of the many Space Marine chapters in the modern setting of Warhammer. But in the past, yeah, they are very blue. They are actually, this is going to surprise you, Ox, they are actually the color, their shade of color is Ultramarine. They are that color blue, and they are named the Ultramarines. These two things may, in fact, be entirely related and incredibly on the nose. Yep. I'm confident that they named them back in the day simply because of the paint that they were going to be painted with, which I think is incredibly funny. But the Ultramarines were originally one of the founding 20 Space Marine chapters. Or they were one of the founding 20 legions, pardon me. And their Primarch, who is basically the leader of their legion, has one of the dumbest names in Warhammer, which I will type in the chat. As soon as I even remember how to spell it, because the spelling is incredibly wacky. All right, there we go. Got it. It's so bad I had to double check the spelling. And I wish that this was like a multi-way. I wish we could see how people think that that's pronounced. But it is pronounced Robute. Robute Gilliman. And the fandom absolutely loves to mispronounce that name constantly. It's quite entertaining. Whoops, that's what I meant to be doing. I was like, what am I trying to do here? We may want to go a little higher. Actually. Let's see. Why don't we get some of our other scaffolding? Actually, I think we'll be more effective here to simply find our netherrack. I think we have some here. If not, we'll go get some. And we're going to do one of the old classics of we're going to build a netherrack floor here. I think that's just going to be better. But yeah, so Ox says, for a franchise defined by dystopia and despair, it is surprisingly unserious. Yeah, that's because Warhammer has gotten a lot less serious, or it's gotten a lot more serious. It's that way. So Warhammer, when it first launched, was not an incredibly serious franchise, which might be surprising. But like, it came out in the like 80s, and it was like a much more like D&D-esque 80s kind of goofy when it launched. And it has only in the intervening years gotten more and more serious as it became like clear that that's, I guess, what the fandom actually wanted out of Warhammer. So that's kind of the story of what's going on there. And the ultra seriousness has really been within the last 15 years. It's gotten much more serious. Here comes all our scaffolding. Still, I have the Warhammer Redeem purely just to talk about Warhammer, as an excuse to talk about it in some capacity. A lot of my knowledge is going to be focused around the Space Marine Legions. To be perfectly fair, I am indeed, as some people would say, I am part of the problem, because the thing I like about Warhammer is Space Marines. So I'm not going to be beating the allegations there that Warhammer fans just want Space Marine content. And that they particularly care about the family drama. Because the Space Marine section of the Warhammer lore, it really is like the big family drama at the center of the setting. Because it's all about the Emperor, who created the Space Marines, and his 20 sons, who more or less are all terrible. All terrible idiots. One of the really funniest things about Warhammer, though, is I have a meme that is a joke about exactly how many sons the Emperor has, which is kind of a funny question. Conceptually, the Emperor has 20 sons. This number is not correct. And if anyone were to ask you that, you'd be wrong, but like for varying reasons of being wrong, and I think that that's very funny. So the meme that I'm thinking of is a picture of somebody asking, like a guy with a gun to his head, how many Primarchs there are. And the answers are like all somebody's version of correct. But like no matter what answer you pick, you've picked incorrectly. Because the options are either, I want to say they were 21, 20, or 18. Excuse me, Ox. I've done a lot of work to get as far away from being a Michelangelo as possible, so... Yeah, we're setting up here to do some work, and I like netherrack for this. It's always been the material I used. But, to finish the story on that, the correct answer to the Primarch meme question of how many Primarchs are there is 21. The Emperor created 20 sons. The problem there is that the 20th one is actually a pair of twins. So right away, there's a secret one that you have to account for. The reason that the answer 21 is correct, or incorrect to the question, however, if anyone asks, is because 2 of the Primarchs were stricken from the record for unknown reasons, and nobody's allowed to talk about it. So we have 21 minus 2. But again, if you say 19, you're including the secret one that's not supposed to exist, so that's wrong. So, really one of those funny questions of, depending on who's asking you, the answer changes. How many brine marks were there? See, part of the problem of what I've done here is I can't actually see the bottom layer now. Womp womp. We'll just work on clearing the obvious bits first. And then we'll go back to figure out exactly where we need to clear the lower levels. Do-do-do-do. Whoops. Alright, we can go in here. No, I don't think you get... I'd be shocked, actually, if anyone had ever asked you about Warhammer. That would actually blow my mind if anyone had ever asked you about Warhammer. I don't even think you look like the sort of person who knows about Warhammer. I don't know if this is a serious comment. It's not entirely incorrect. I think that there is actually an incredibly high demographic association of trans women who like Warhammer. I generally don't think... Yeah, I do have basically permanent base 2 kind of all over. Because, yep, it's a digging base, so every time I start to move into a new area, first thing I do is I put up the beacon, because just kind of ridiculous not to, honestly. I'm always kind of impressed by people who don't put beacons for digging. Yeah, you could make that joke. I don't think your surgeon would get it, but it's funny. Whoops. But in general, I assume that most people don't know or don't get asked. I basically just assume that people don't interact with the Warhammer franchise at all. Warhammer fans do, and my brain tells me that nobody else does. So... But I really like it. Warhammer is one of my favorite media franchises. Probably one of the only media franchises that I really interact with these days. And even within Warhammer, I'm only a book Warhammer fan. There are the people who actually like to play the game. I am not amongst them. I actually both do not really play the video games nor the actual tabletop game. Neither of those have really been my area of expertise. I have played some amount of the game Darktide, which probably would have been my Warhammer game pick. I was picking what we were playing, not Space Marine, but that's just because Darktide is basically a Left 4 Dead clone. And I do have a very big, long history of playing Left 4 Dead back in the day. So I think that Darktide is just more fun. It's also a little bit more fun because you are not Space Marines. Which might not seem entirely intuitive, considering I just said that I think Space Marines are cool, and it is the part of the franchise that I engage with the most. But Darktide is kind of fun because you are just like a regular human in the adventures of Warhammer. It's not good for you and your health. It really is a media franchise where the fan joke is if you get transported to the Warhammer universe, you just like, oh. Okay, I see. It's very common to want to engage with something, but not to be that thing. It's called being heterosexual. It's weird, but air quotes, normal. Yep. I agree with Ox on that one. I tried it. Was not for me. But yeah, I am, like I said, a Warhammer fan. I like talking about Warhammer, and I basically also never get asked about Warhammer, Ox, so I know that you're absolutely never going to be asked about Warhammer. There is not a Warhammer card game. There is the tabletop game, which is the one with the miniatures. But if you think that my adventures of talking about the trading card game that I've been playing lately, which is the League of Legends. League of Legends launched a trading card game. I think we've talked about this on stream, but I've been playing that. It's been a lot of fun. But like, Warhammer is financially way worse than getting into a trading card game. I don't know. Ox asked if I think the League of Legends TCG will last, and I don't know. I think League of Legends has a big fan base, so I think it has a better chance than many new upstart TCGs do, because it has a big existing IP that people really like. The launch of the game has been relatively successful. In the sense that it's been very popular. Cards are pretty much sold out everywhere. But part of the problem currently is that there are actually just not enough cards for everyone. Very difficult to find cards right now. Unless you are willing to... It's getting scalped to hell, so right now you can pretty much only find cards if you're willing to pay way over market price, or not market price, but way over MSRP, because they are market price. Part of the problem. They are actually market price because the market is super inflated right now. But Ox says there's technically a Minecraft board game-ish thing. It's kind of fun to play every once in a while, but certainly was never popular. Interesting. I take it you played it then, if you know it was fun, kind of fun to play every once in a while. What does one do? Do you own it, or do you just, like, you knew somebody who owned it? If you own it, I'd actually be curious. I would try it. But if you just, like, knew somebody who owned it, then that would make it a little more sense. Okay. Yeah, see, that makes a little more sense. Mostly, not that I wouldn't be surprised if you owned it, but I would be surprised that I had never seen it. More than anything else. Okay. Yeah, gotcha. What does one do in this Minecraft board game thingy? And you definitely don't have to... But I will probably ask if you have any interest in trying the League of Legends card game. If you had any interest in trying it once, I could bring my cards tomorrow and we could play a game or two. But you definitely don't have to. I think it's fun that I have some amount of TCG brain. Artemis has actually really enjoyed it as well, but Artemis is like mildly TCG pilled. Since we were both Yu-Gi-Oh! Enjoyers when we were younger, for different reasons. I actually liked the card game for Yu-Gi-Oh! And Artemis liked the anime for Yu-Gi-Oh! Surprisingly. The manga and the anime, because they're just actually kind of insane. I think Artemis just likes incredibly goofy, insane things. Okay, but yeah, so let's see, read this thing about the Minecraft board game thingy. So there's a big cube of blocks that you can draw from to mine resources. There's also a mob fighting mechanic, and the goal of the game is to score the most points by getting the resources to place pre-made builds on the board. Interesting. Okay. And then Ox's would not try the League TCG of my own accord, but I will generally try things my friends enjoy. Well, again, if you have any interest in trying some games with me, I would love to play it, but it is not something that I would be like trying to really beg you to play or anything. I'd just be like, if you feel like it, it's fun. I think it's fun. But I would rather, if you did want to try it with me, that you wanted to try it because you thought you might have fun and not just because I'm gonna be like, I guess not just because you think it's a thing to do because I like doing it, but you think you might actually have fun playing a TCG, at least a little. TCGs are interesting. I do like this one because it makes some design choices that I really like. I like that it is not it is not a game where you're trying to deplete your opponent's health, as many TCGs are. As many of them treat it like a direct battle, and you're just trying to exhaust your opponent's health. And this one, the League trading card game, is called Riftbound, and it is it's a first to 8 points wins. So you're directly competing against your opponent in the sense that you're trying to stop them from getting 8 points, and you're trying to get 8 points first. But it's not really like you're trying to defeat them. Like, you're not trying to kill them, you are just trying to get the score cap first. And I like that more. It's a kind of... It is, I think, still a kind of direct form of competition, but I think it's not really like in the way that most games are. Because like Yu-Gi-Oh!, my comparison game, so I played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in the day. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a direct competition game where each player starts the game with 8,000 life points, and you are trying to deplete your opponent's life points down to 0. Oof. When you were in school, Ox, were there any like trading card games that were popular at that time, or did anybody play any, or were they either just not popular where you were, or did we really get some degree of like Pokemon is satanic and you obviously can't play that? Truly a amusing but baffling phenomenon in my experience. The Pokemon was satanic gang. Yeah, you do. Well, we can try it. Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. I think that might be fun. I think there's an inherent value in trying things. Then you say, I feel like there might have been, but I just didn't pay attention. But if there were, they were enjoyed by people more autism-coded than me. Were there a bunch of people at your very tiny school that were more autism-coded than you? I think for the most part, at my schools that I remember, which I guess is really going to be me, like, looking at my high school. I think at my high school, there were not a lot of more autism-coded than me students. I think I was, like, very peak autism at my school. Now we're going to go back up there, dig out some of this, because we do want to work on our basalt thing. I didn't explain before I started doing this what I was doing, but we're just trying to give ourselves a little bit more room to work on this basalt thing. And currently having a problem with trying to accomplish the effect that I want, but it's just because it's a little too short of a space, and so we're going to expand the space that we're working on. Is the current plan. And then let's see. No, I was on the edge where I was quirky, but could function socially. There were a handful who could not. I found myself able to relate to both the autistic and the neurotypical populations. Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I was pretty high on the autism scale for my school, particularly my high school. For a not insignificant part of my high school years, I was not really in the functioning social class of student. I was super awkward. I didn't understand how to have conversations, how to hold good social interactions. So I was not a popular kid at school. I had basically like two, not even, I really had like one friend in high school. Most people were like relatively kind to me, but I was not popular at all. I didn't really have friends. And it was just generally not the best time. I do recognize part of the problem here is also going to be that our platform is going to make truly appreciating this work we're doing kind of difficult for a while. Okay. But yeah, I see that. Ox says, leadership believed in taking anyone God sent their way, so we had some people that were just unable to function in public school. Gotcha. Alright, we're gonna actually dig a little in here because we need to figure out where the actual verticals are here. Some of this is still overhang, but just we need to find the complete vertical pillars here. That one's not a complete. That one is. And then I think these ones maybe are. Corner one isn't. There we go. And we're gonna pull our stone, shove it in there. And we're gonna patch this hole. Cool. Now we're gonna put in this one vertical. No, it's not. Knock that out. And we'll fill in some more of our netherrack here. So we can dig these segments deeper in. It's one of the things I don't know how this is going to work with the basalt. And we're still in the remains to be seen. This is like the major testing of this basalt problem is basalt in nature has a very specific look, but it's also much more geometric than like it's hexagons. The basalt that I'm kind of looking at are like basalt formations that I've looked at to be like, what are we doing here? How does this grow? They are very cool. They're very just like big clusters of hexagons together. I think it's very fun, but also Minecraft, not the game for building hexagons. So we're gonna see kind of what we can do here. Yeah, hexagons. Good luck. Those are hexagon here. Yep, we don't have access to hexagons. And so what ends up happening that I like about the actual basalt formations is they kind of get this effect where, whoops, forgot that they're directional for a second there. So the thing that I would like to try to accomplish is that basalt kind of has this look almost. And so, like, when we're going to be looking at the basalt from any of the basalt that's on these angles is going to look correct, but any basalt that's on a flat is not, because this should actually be hexagons, and so we should be seeing like a three plane, and you get a lot of darkness. So like they get really obviously when the light's hitting. Yeah, the texture is hexagonal if you look at it from directly above. So like they know that basalt is a hexagon. Actually, I guess it's more, do you call it hex or would you call it octagon? Depends on how you translate this one side here. But it's basically doing the effect from the top that basalt is actually doing. But because Minecraft is block game, it doesn't translate to this. I'm curious if you just noticed that the texture is looks like this ox, or if you already knew that and you're just like pointing it out now. Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah, it is. It is hex, so it's fun. Yeah, so like it's gonna look fine when we get to these segments here. Because this is gonna look correct, but here is where we're gonna have problems on flats that I haven't figured out how to solve yet. And then we're gonna have some degree of color problem where I'm going to maybe have to use the other two basalts. You are indeed the most hex person that I know on Twitch as well, which is funny. You are very hex. But yeah, one of my problems that I'm worried about here is that if I do kind of what I want to do, that this is just all going to read like one big solid color. And I'm kind of unclear if I can fix that or if that's just going to be the way it has to be. Remains to be seen. So like, I don't even know if this is going to work as how I would like it to. It's both, we're working kind of in a really dark area. And see, like, the farther you get, the less it reads like anything interesting. Because you can no longer really perceive the different planes from a certain angle. So those are my basalt thoughts. We're, like I said, we're really doing a test back here to see if I like what it's going to look like when I get enough of the basalt in, or if it's just going to look like one big basalt colored blob and this was ultimately a failure. So we're going to do a little bit less thick basalt placement here, and we're going to do a little bit more just surface level basalt placement to just kind of gather what it's going to look like when the walls are basalt here. As a trans woman is a really ambiguous thing to say. Half of us are computer people and the other half are witches. Yep. This is very true. So, yeah, we're just going to start getting this stuff in there. Yeah, how is everybody's evening going, though? Anybody up to anything fun? How's your day been, Ox? Good, I hope. So we have to get 4. I am making spaghetti for dinner, then cinnamon rolls. Very fun. Are you putting anything interesting in the spaghetti? Or is it just going to be the most spaghetti of all time? Did you count the spaghetto before you put them in? Truly, I hate that. Hate it a lot. Whoops, we went way too high that time. Forgot what I was doing for a second. Gotcha. Ox said, well, normally I put sausage of one type or another, but today it's just vegetables. Understandable. Have a nice day. How very, very healthy of you. Oh, loud music burst played right there. But yeah. I don't know if I think this works or not. I don't know if the correct option... Oftentimes, the correct option is to keep doing something. Like, you gotta get a lot more of it in, usually, to figure out, is it working or is it not working? But, like, the dripstones, I know that they're working. They generally look very good, in my opinion, where they are. This, I don't know what I think. I like the expanded space, for sure. But I don't know if the basalt is accomplishing anything here. The problem is it's very dark in this space. Let's actually go look at large amounts of basalt in the wild. Which we can do, because it is all over the nether. And part of the problem that I'm having that obviously the nether doesn't have is that it's very just bright there. The nether is just a bright place. So we oftentimes don't have to worry inside the nether. I know it turns into a basalt. Whoops, basalt delta. Down this way, and towards the end of the tunnel. So yeah, you get these large basalt clusters like this, which is a little bit of kind of what we want to accomplish, but both the like... So actually we gotta get out of C for this, and I think we can exit the tunnel through farm here. I am curious if this will ever get a tunnel design, Ox. If you have one in mind, or... Like, surely one day it will have a tunnel, but... a little curious. Do you have a vision, or if there's nothing yet, and just one day you'll get around to one? Yeah, here, I feel like you're able to kind of appreciate what the basalt is doing with itself. But it's because the area is bright. And so... maybe this is one of those cases of, like... when we fill in enough basalt, we can go in and we can add enough lighting that it'll work. So, I think we're annoyingly in the situation where we just have to commit to placing more of it and seeing if we can make it work once we've got it in with our lighting options. But yeah, I was asking about the, if you had a design for the tunnel or the copper farm in mind. Yeah. Inconspicuous strategic holes to the surface would allow skylight to flood and highlight the basalt. And not really for the copper farm. Gotcha. Whoops. Currently, I do a double take every time. I'm like, where is that door? I know it's here. I know it's very close to my tunnel, but... I at the very least think I'm gonna put like some copper block, like frame it in copper blocks so that I can see it really obviously. I have many times wandered by and just been like, where the hell is that thing? Grab these guys. And let's grab those guys too while we're at. Wait, I need the rockets. I need the rockets to get back. Munch, 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 munch. Hmm. Hmm. I think the other ones look better, honestly. Not that this matters. This is like the world's least important thing I've ever done. It's not gonna stay this way. That looks terrible. I just want to be able to find the thing without thinking about it. I do think that there could be some really cool things to do. I think maybe whenever you do get to designing a tunnel for that ox, that I think you would be cool to mimic the gradient that the actual farm has somehow in the design. Which maybe, because the tunnel's like mega short. Like, giga short, actually. But I think doing something with the gradient would be cool. For a couple days now, I've been tossing around the idea of a copper biome. How interesting. Whoops. What about those? Shove them in there. It'd look best in the end, though, maybe. Interesting. I'm a little curious what a copper biome would look like. So would you be planning to use almost exclusively copper blocks, or are you envisioning a bunch of other blocks in there? I will laugh very hard, though, if we get a copper biome before we get that end update now. You've, like, willed this into existence. But got you. Don't really want to talk about it that much. I understand. Has Mojang ever hinted that they want to do an end update? Or is that just like truly the most... They did that Nether update and then the community was like, please do this next? Oh, okay. Because I couldn't tell, honestly, as a recent Minecrafter, whether that was a thing that just, like, the community latched onto, or if there was any reason that that was, like, high on the wish list. So much to my annoyance. I shouldn't have done it this way, but you're gonna have to dig this. I do want it in the one layer. I do actually think it looks better that way. But okay, nothing official though. It's just like something that their community people have teased at some point. Because I'm a little curious how it's nothing official, though. Still, I think it'll be very cool if they do an end update, because there's currently not a lot of reasons to be out there. It's kind of a relatively uninteresting place. Okay, but they have made fun of the community for the Unhinged series. OMG, this official post has an enchanting table, netherite, and dirt in the picture. And END, end update confirmed. And at least one developer leaked that they're working on an end update, although it's not confirmed whether he's a legit leaker. Gotcha. You, in general, don't particularly care for the drop update format. Is that correct? Or are you more okay with drops than I'm thinking? Because I know that a lot of people do not love drops. But I honestly can't remember if you cared about that very much. He said, I think it has some significant downsides that Mojang doesn't really acknowledge, and it's a pain in the ass for server admins and mod developers. Yeah. It's like, I do think that it causes some interesting... So, I don't know what I think here, because, like, I can see two things. One, in doing major updates, one of the things that you do is you create a hype factor event that's like gonna draw players back in. So like people who are not really playing or have burnt out, by doing a big update, you really create a lot of content all at once to hopefully get people to come back and play. But on the other side of that, by doing drops, I can see how you having like content kind of constantly, I do think is better. Because I've played games where you get nothing for a long time. And a lot of them do have like real audience drop-off issues. I do think that like the average common player would like there to be something new to be doing at any given time. And so like trickling out new content kind of constantly, it's kind of what like live service games have been trying to accomplish in general. And so like I get that, but I do think that the pitfall of live service games as we've seen it is that you can't churn out meaningful content fast enough. I got a text from my mom. That's a problem later. She just wants the Hulu login. But anyway, Minecraft has the replay value of every other game ever made put together. So they don't really need constant content. Yeah. Whoops. Let's see how much that was. Accidental stone. 1, okay. Yeah, I think that Minecraft... Put some of it actually away there. So it doesn't all immediately go into our hotbar. Offload the stone. I'll put these down here. Now, we shouldn't have exactly that same problem. Yeah, I do think that Minecraft has more replay value than most games. But I do see a lot of similarity in longtime Minecraft players and longtime League of Legends players. or I think there is a not insignificant portion of this population that is very burnt out on the game, but nothing else. Like, there's no other game that scratches the same itch that this one does, and therefore they feel burnt out. They would like something new to do, or they would like to not be doing this, but there's nothing else that feeds the thing that they want to be doing, so they keep doing the thing. And so I feel like you see a lot of people who like Minecraft, but they like the idea of Minecraft more than they actually like playing Minecraft. And you get that a lot in League as well. The old school players who really should not still be playing League of Legends, but they are. And you're just like, you're not having fun though. Oops. Ding 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 ding. Alright. So now we've got a lot of basalt in the walls here. I think in that sense, drops make more sense for Bedrock than for Java, but you can't really have one do drops and not the other. Do you think people would be really unhappy if Mojang did a split system where Bedrock got drops and Java just saved it all for like a big cumulative every year update? Or do you think that wouldn't work for some other reason I'm not quite seeing? So that does seem like a way that maybe some other developers would solve this problem, is you unlink the two, which then your real risk is actually them deciding that they don't need to do as much Java support. Yeah, I agree that that would become rapidly an issue, is that a lot of people would really see it like Java being treated some kind of second class. Particularly because I think that there are a lot of Java players. Definitely can't reach that. I think there are a lot of Java players who are not playing in ways that are particularly affected by the current system. Oops. Like the current divide there, I think. And let's get this coal out of here. I forget that coal makes quite a cool block. That maybe I'll have to actually like figure out some good use for, because I think coal could look pretty cool in different places. Do I know what those places are? Nah, not yet. But maybe one day I will figure it out. But yeah, in general, I do feel like it would be better for both Java and Bedrock if they didn't have to be, like, really linked together. I think the development does not make a lot of sense. Because, like, you have two different player bases with a lot of different needs and a lot of different desires. I think that a big thing about Bedrock that is very cool is the connectivity of Bedrock. I do think it is cool that just all the other, like, platforms can play with each other. Stone out of there so we don't accidentally place some of it. And I really think that makes actually like a huge difference for the popularity of the game. I think Bedrock really does do a lot for Minecraft and Minecraft's popularity. But yeah, just to say, when you make the most popular game on Earth, you're gonna make some people mad. Communities get jealous of each other's features. Wait, what do you mean Bedrock does a lot for Minecraft's popularity? I think that, like, Bedrock, the thing that Bedrock is doing that's really important for Minecraft is Bedrock is being a very accessible entry point for new Minecraft players in a way that Java is not. Because, like, it's so easy, like, to just put kids on Bedrock. I know my cousin's kids play Minecraft, but they play on tablets, for example. They're not playing Java. And so here is Bedrock Edition kind of existing and just introducing a new audience to Minecraft. And I think that that does a lot for the popularity. I think it maintains, like, it didn't start the popularity of Minecraft, but I think it does a really good job of maintaining the popularity of Minecraft. Because it's keeping a new influx of players coming in. And then maybe they watch something like Hermitcraft, and then they see all these cool people doing, like, crazy stuff and things, and then they realize, oh, it's not doable on Bedrock. Well, now that I'm a little bit older, I want to play the version that they're playing. And that can migrate people over. Yeah, but, like, my cousin's 10-year-old kids are not gonna do that. You know that. You know what I'm getting at here. And I just think that that's really good. I think having more onboarding, like, possibilities is just really good for a game. And so, in that regard, I think Bedrock is very good for Minecraft. Because I think it really does allow It's a really good entry point. And so I think that that's part of the problem. That both, like, Microsoft is going to like Bedrock more because it's the one that they totally built and they've incorporated a lot of, frankly, bad features into. Microtransactions being the thing I'm mostly thinking of here as a bad feature. Because I am very squarely a microtransaction hater. I think that they bring almost nothing good to most games that they're in. I can only think of a few ways to use microtransactions that I don't hate. And that's, like, largely going to be the League of Legends model of microtransaction. I don't actually hate that one. Where League only sells the cosmetics. And so, like, if your game is free to play and the only thing you can spend real money on is skins, then I'm like, okay, that I get, because you don't actually have to do that. Yeah, Java is offline Minecraft, Bedrock is online Minecraft. Yeah. Beep, 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 beep. So yeah, that's just my thoughts, though. I could be very wrong. I've been known to have incorrect thoughts and opinions. Ja, I think your opinions are really valuable as someone who can look at Minecraft as a game and understand how other games encounter similar situations. Yeah, I do think obviously one of my knowledge-based things is that I have been a lifelong gamer. And so I've gotten to see how one of the things that I have actually a lot of experience with that obviously I don't think you have, because you're not really a gamer in the same way, is that I've had a lot of experience with how games die. Because I've played so many games over the years that I've seen all kinds of the ways that games die. And the way that, like, the player base moves on, or different design choices you make that then just, like, slowly choke out a game's audience. All kinds of things. I've seen so many games die over the years, and I've played so many now dead games, whether you can still play them or not. It's like, not all, when I say dead game, I don't mean like games have truly completely gone away in some cases. That was a weird, what was I looking at right there? There we go. That's the spot. It's like the legs are separated. I don't even... Is there like a split in the leg texture? I don't think I've ever noticed that. But, yeah, like, not all the games I'm referring to here are, like, dead in the sense that you couldn't, like, fire them up if you wanted to. Some of them are. But a lot of them are still, like, playable games. It's just that nobody plays them anymore, that the population has completely dried up. And one of the ways that that happens. And so like League is kind of a game that is suffering from the fact that there isn't a good way to onboard new players anymore. We're not really getting new players in League of Legends. And it is actually like slowly killing the game. It's a really incredibly slow death. But like League has this measurable problem where the player base is getting older and older. What did I do right here? Oh, this is the upper part of where, okay, I understand what problem I'm having here. So we're going to want to dig as far down as we can in these spots. We're going to need to jump down into these holes and start clearing this manually. But League of Legends, the player base is getting just older and older every year. That's because we're not adding new players. We are maintaining a lot of the current players. We're not adding new ones. And a big part of the problem with that is just that games need new players to be healthy. And so League is running into this problem where the less new players there are, it becomes harder to maintain any kind of decent monetization, and so the monetization gets a little worse for everybody because someone's like, we still need to make money, guys, and so we're getting less money now than we used to. How can we fix this? And they come up with newer and slightly more convoluted ways to get money from the players. And like Riot used to be an incredibly generous company in the peak of League of Legends times. But now, less so, because they're just like, we need to make money, and we are not. And when we were making a lot of money, it was very easy for us to make these decisions that were very player-forward. That, like, we were fine with taking a loss on because we just made so much money. But now we're starting to get to a point where we're seeing, like, weirder choices, and I think notorious things like the $500 skin. And it's because you are now trying to squeeze a little bit more money out of specific parts of your game's demographic. It's like the $500 skin in League of Legends is not even a thing I'm particularly upset about. I think it sounds bad. Because it's like, oh my god, Riot's being so greedy, blah blah blah. And I see that argument a lot. I'm like, the part where this like falls a little apart for me is just that you never have to buy a skin in League of Legends, and it doesn't actually do anything for you if you do buy a skin in League of Legends. And so, like, the $500 Ari skin, because it's an Ari skin, actually I think there's like a couple of them now. So I think they do one each year for the big Hall of Fame player. But, like, you can just say no. You can just not buy the skin. It doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't help you win more games or have any particular benefit to you aside from if you're the kind of person that thinks, I want to have this. it's not like particularly fancy. It is some degree fancier than any other skin in the game, but it's not like majorly fancier than every other skin in the game. And so, like, just don't have to buy it. And I know that part of what's happening there is that there's some degree to which the actual issue is not the skin itself, but it is the, like, bit of demographic that might buy it. The thing we refer to in many games as the whales. Whales will buy things, and they'll spend like a not inconsiderate amount of money on things. And I think that there is some level to which it is not great to be taking advantage of some of the weird psychological things I think you see that, like, I don't understand. I am not a completionist. So, like, as soon as I'm not enjoying something, my brain does not want to keep doing it. But I know that that's not the case with everybody. Because I know that, like, for example, I guess we should actually fix this hole. I know that, like, compulsive gambling, for example, is a thing. And, like, I know that loot boxes were a game design choice to kind of take advantage of people and the gambling, like, aspect of it. So I know that on some level, whaling in a lot of games is kind of like that. Maybe it's not the same, not as bad. But I don't think it's not adjacent in some way. You really don't need anything like that. You don't need skins in games. You don't need all the gacha characters. Though I do think that gacha is worse because a lot of games that do gacha, that's not a cosmetic upgrade. That's like an actual gameplay upgrade in a lot of those. So I think that that's less. There are pay-to-win games. And I do think that there are a lot more gacha games that have really, really obvious pay-to-win elements. Even ones that, like, I've enjoyed. I've played some Uma Musume. But Uma Musume has some degree of pay-to-win because certain characters are just better than other characters, and so they give you a lot of the currency to try to buy characters with, but because it's gacha, you are inevitably going to miss on some of the pulls and not get the good characters. And that, like, only matters if you want to play in the, like, competitive multiplayer events. Because, like, for me, never mattered whether I missed on a character in the gacha because I'm not really trying to do well and compete in the assorted little tournament things they run. I only played Uma Musume as much as I wanted to experience the main stories of the different characters that I liked. And now I'm just in like a sort of maintenance mode with the game where I am not really I'm not playing it really at all right now. I'm just like logging in to collect carrots, and then in a couple weeks when I have enough of the currency, I think I actually might already have enough of the currency for a guaranteed pity roll. And I'm just waiting for the character I like. She only has one alternate costume, and I'm just waiting to roll for it when it comes up. So I'm currently not doing anything other than collecting currency to make sure I have enough to pity roll. Which, for those of you who may not be familiar with gacha games, a pity roll is when, because gachas are random, so like you put in $10. I think a lot of gacha games, a full pull is like 10 to 20 bucks, and it's like a 10 pull. So you're getting 10 new characters. You're not even getting new characters necessarily. You're getting 10 characters. Some percentage of them will be new, but that's part of the problem. Because you're not guaranteed to get new characters. You will get a metric ton of rerolls. And so, but you're getting a 10 pull, is 10 characters. And I think a lot of gacha games cap at 200 rolls is when pity happens. And the pity roll is when you hit 200, they will give you the character for free. Air quotes for free. You're already in 200 rolls, so like they just decide, I guess, that you wanted it bad enough, you got it at 200. And so for the character I would like to get in Uma Musume, I'm pretty confident I have the amount of currency required to pity roll. Yeah, I got you, Ox. That makes sense. Alyssa's been at least a little involved. I actually don't really know how involved in the gaming, but yeah. So I have enough currency though currently to, I'm pretty sure I have enough to pity roll for the character that I want. Oh, okay. That's where the pity thing comes from. Makes sense. But yeah, so I have enough to pity though for the character I want. But I've like spent no dollars on this game. I just had it through currency from, and like I've looked at the Japanese release because Japan is years ahead of the English release. My character only has one alternate costume in the next 4 years of content. She actually, as of last I looked, only has the second alternate costume at all. There's never been another skin for her, so I'm like, cool. If I pity on this, then I literally have everything I ever particularly want from this game. Mission accomplished. We did it. guess my character is not super popular with the general playing audience, so they've not made a lot of skins for her. And I'm like, that's fine. That's good for me, because I only have to do this one time. We take those. Okay. I guess my mom solved the Hulu problem. So, hilarious. Anyway, I'll have a lot of our basalt in, though. Yeah, so yeah, Alyssa explained all this to me in detail. Other gacha games are popular in China, where the government places limits on how gambly you can be, and that's where the pity mechanics come from. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't like gacha games. I am particularly bothered by gacha mechanics. I am particularly bothered by FOMO mechanics. Always has been one of the things I mostly like about League, is that the monetization was for a very long time. No, there wasn't any FOMO component. Now there are some FOMO skins, and I really don't like them. Because I've always liked that just, if you like the skin that came out years ago in League, you could always just go buy it if you wanted it. And so there was never like a rush to go buy anything, because you knew it would just be there. You could always just go buy it later. But they've added different things over the years. It started with what were called prestige skins. God, there's dirt there. That's annoying. But yes, they added prestige skins. Prestige skins were tied to events, and you could only get them during that event. Which I didn't like. And then now we actually have a, what's it called? A limited time shop in League, and I really dislike that mechanic. And I know it's just because other games have proven that it is not a popular system, but it is a money-making system. I don't think anybody likes limited time shops. If they do, I haven't met the person who likes limited time shops. But I would love to pick their brain, because I'm so curious to hear the opinion of a human who likes limited time FOMO items. Okay. Ox says, my shop is a limited time shop. What's limited time? What item do I have to go purchase right now because you're going to take it away and then never sell it again? I'll just take down the whole shop. Oh, that's concerning. You heard it here, folks. Hawks is just gonna take down the art shop one day. I'm gonna go to the shopping district. It's just gonna be completely gone. which is concerning. I'm gonna go one day to the shopping district and it's just gonna say shopping district season 2 and every shop is gonna be gone. I guess speaking of shopping district season 2, how yeah, the Star Destroyer is gonna finally get to destroying things. I was gonna say though, how have you been enjoying the new Hermitcraft season, Ox? I imagine you are still watching, and I am curious if you're having a good time with it. Are there any hermits that you would particularly recommend thus far? Yeah, say yes, it's kind of fun. I feel like Hermitcraft has necessarily changed since I got really into it. Alright, I'm kind of curious. How? Obviously, you know my entire experience with Hermitcraft, having been the person to recommend it. So, for other people, not Ox, I have only watched the last season of Hermitcraft. What was that? Was that season 10? Was the last one 10? This new one's 11? Yeah, and the Ox says maybe it's just me changing, but it's still but it's still fun. And Rendog is off to a great start. Okay. I don't think I've seen anything about what he's up to. Corrales has been burnt out since season 7, but is still trying to make a comeback. Well, it's unfortunate. You never like hearing that somebody's burnt out. There's that pesky block. I haven't watched any of it, but I do think I keep getting Corrales recommendations. Is he the one building the Roman stuff? I know one of them is building Roman, and it looks very cool. Okay, yeah. We gotta get up there to fix this area. He just posted his second episode a couple days ago. That's cool. Was season 7 the big modern one that you liked? Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay. Season 7 was the COVID season. I understand. And I understand a lot more why there's like significant burnout. I gotcha. Yeah, huge boom in both production and engagement for the Hermits. It came with burnout afterwards. Yeah. Is there a like okay, I guess I'm curious in this conversation. But what is Rendog's theme? You've mentioned that he's off to a great start. Not actually what he's doing, and I'm kind of curious. He did do like a kind of alien planet the mining theme last season, I want to say. Like a very orange and white base. Just sit in my seat. I'm actually gonna stand up for a second. It is. Been sitting for too long. I'm gonna stand up. Ugh. And get some water. One of the kind of unfortunate things about my room setup is that I have a mirror directly behind me. So it's kind of why my camera is as zoomed in as it is. To the mirror. Otherwise, we'd get a lot of light reflection over the top of my head. Okay, gotcha. But yeah. Yeah, he carried forward the Gigacorp storyline from season 9 to season 10, but in season 11 he set that aside and he's gone for a magic/witchcraft theme, which has led to some really interesting builds. That's cool. Well, I guess I will look forward to seeing a bit of that sometime. I'm sure somebody will go there, or I'll stop and check out an episode. Okay. So now we have our big basalt wall largely painted in. Now we start to see if I can make this work in a way that I'm happy with. The rain is ever so mildly annoying at this particular moment. But I think for now, put some of this basalt down. And we're gonna mix it up. We're gonna find something else to do for a little bit. We put away all of our stuff. Because I could use a break. Switch to tasks. It's kind of how I work on stuff, is I like to do some work on something. Then when I start to feel a little bit of burnout on the thing I was working on, I will work a little bit on something else. And this is in general how I maintain my balance with playing the game. is that as long as I am flipping a little bit between projects, it is easy for me to avoid burnout. So let's go up here first and we'll see. Do we have any eggs? We do have an egg. Let's go hop up here. See if we get another chicken. I know there's no... Well, unless I don't know this, but I guess I assume that there's no, like, egg stacking mechanic where the more eggs I break really fast, do I get, like, higher chances of getting a chicken? I assume that that's not how it works, and that every egg is calculated independently of every other egg. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's the same chance every time. But on some level, I would have laughed if that were the case. Yeah, I think it really does. You can see it here. And you can see it over there. It is very nice. So I'm kind of weighing my options. Where do I want to work on something right now? Or do I want to go a little bit on an adventure? Let's go on a little adventure. Let's go back to the shop. And let's see if any items have sold. So I haven't been back to my shop in a little while. And I do think that VLANs every so often is buying things from it. I think that's where my sales are coming from. Do. Yeah, VLANs really is the customer. I think I'm a decent shopping district customer as well. I think I'm like the second customer. I know I've bought plenty of things here. Oh, forgot that these were all gone. Why was only one of them, like, colorful, though? What disc went there? Like, I buy at your shop, though. I think I bought one Trident. Now I would never... I guess I wouldn't. Oh. That makes sense. This shop... I don't think I've ever bought anything in this shop. Iron, gunpowder, relocated. I have purchased at this shop before. It's mostly blaze rods. So here we have amethyst block, 1 diamond per 16. Amethyst shards, 1 diamond per stack. What am I charging for those? Now, what am I charging for? So that's 1 per 16 and 1 per stack. So I guess I didn't realize I am in direct competition with that shop. Ooh, I got one block for 32. And one... So we're same on the shards, but I'm undercutting on the blocks. I'm selling twice the blocks. Ooh, look, I've sold more blocks. That's fun. I'll have to stock some more amethyst blocks. I don't know if VLANs is going to keep buying them. I don't know if she's just already finished. I gotta get more mini ores. Those are annoying. Mini ores are one of the most annoying thing I stock. The gilded blackstone being another really annoying thing I stock. Yeah, I suppose I could alter the price to reflect the fact that there is a farm somewhere. I could change them to 1 diamond for 64. These are all mine that I hand mined, which is why they were priced that way. Yeah, they are hand mined artisanal. But I have sold 6 shulkers of tuff. I've sold 4 things of gilded blackstone. I think I've... And then amethyst stuff. I think those are really like all the things that I've sold. And I don't know if I should list calcite at all. If I did, it'd go here. But I don't know that I want to put calcite. It's just a pain in the ass. Boop. Oh, nice. Oh, that's fun. When I made my nether tunnel, VLANs got me the gilded blackstone. She died several times, but she was determined. That's really cool. I didn't know that. I think I just sold a spore blossom. Yeah, so I don't think I've ever bought anything from that shop. Or this one. Have purchased over here. I think I did at one point buy some prismarine or something when I didn't know where to get it. But in general, I've mostly only bought things at the art shop and the book nook. The book nook and the bargain bin, which are... The bargain bin is quite unhinged. I don't really know why you would want anything from the bargain book. Maybe there's a respiration 2 mending situation. But like so many of these are just absolutely clashing things you would never need. And then like these I think are just the... Like this. This is utterly useless, right? Can you even use this book with 6 enchantments on it? What's the cost gonna be on this thing? Actually, I didn't even bought, like, I just looked at the fact that it had 6, but if you say it's actually usable ox. Only the ones, so, okay, so we have power, fire protection, feather falling, efficiency, depth strider, unbreaking. So, would you, does depth strider go on boots? Could you get half of these on a pair of boots? Unbreaking 3, depth strider, feather falling? It'd also suck in fire protection, though, which I don't think you want. I think that's bad, actually. The problem is you'd pull a 4th thing. What are on my boots? Let's see. Like protection, feather falling, depth strider, unbreaking, mending. Oh, okay. So you put protection on the boots first. And then it... Because you can't have... Someone actually bought one of these things. That's funny. Last protection. Yeah, these are just weird. Where do these books come from? Oh, okay. You need an enchantment. That it doesn't normally carry. Gotcha. Do you remember what it was? And yeah, my items are named that way. Do you not need a girl hat? But what if it was a girl hat? Whee! Tally-ho, back to somewhere. Back down our new, nice and exciting crystal tunnel. Oh, okay. Needed impaling on a trident. Feelings. What's actually down this way? There's something down here? Why does this path continue? Oh, there's another portal here. What's down that way? There's a portal at the end. Yeah, all my armor and stuff. All my armor is named girl item. And then my weapons are named incredibly silly. Like Warhammer reference stuff. I do like the lore thingy. I think it's very fun. That sword is named after that Discord status you had that one time. Yep, it is indeed. Right. Is there anything here? Is that anything? Where are we? I like that you can tell that I just go through random portals. Okay, but there doesn't appear to be anything in this area. I'm gonna look on the web map really quick just to double down, make sure there's absolutely nothing of interest where we are at the moment. Do I see literally anything of interest? Not for quite a while. So we are actually just south of the storage. That's about where we are right now. But there are no other signs of any life in this area. Nothing else has been touched. I don't pick up any obvious breaks in the natural pattern of the world here. Oh, okay, yeah, we can check underground. Let's go into the... Okay. I think nothing of note. I do think you have a higher chance, Vex, of getting me playing Greg Tech than you do of Acorn playing Greg Tech. Do I think it's a significantly high chance? Not necessarily. I do think that if you, my friend, asked me, hey, will you come play this with me? I probably would. I would not commit to playing through an entire run of it. But if you were just like, would you like to come try this first stream with me? I'd be like, sure, why not? Okay. Well, there's nothing underground here. There's no obvious reason this portal is here. I think this is just like maybe somebody had an idea and then they just didn't do whatever that idea is. I really see nothing. Yeah, maybe something on chunk base. We are about to fly into familiar airspace. Actually, I'm impressed that some of these guys are still here. Look at that. There's still a few of these things on the floor. I could have sworn most of them got blasted out of existence. Oh, it's bedrock. I was like, what is the slightly weird... Oh, there's actually an ore here. Have you made any progress, Vex, on what you want to do with your deco down here? But I do enjoy that some of the lower melons have escaped. Oh, this is a diamond. Ooh, there were 2 diamonds. Because, yeah, I do remember seeing your design. I'd be willing to go look at it, Vex, but only if you wanted to show it on stream. I know I saw another one here. There it is. Yeah, I kind of want opinions. I need to look at it again. Alright, let me fly up to the storage. And we'll go ahead and go do that. So we're gonna fly up the storage. I'm gonna switch to creative, but then we're also gonna take a really quick BRB. Let's get up there. I'm so used to the perimeter next to my base, and I forget how big this perimeter is, but it is big. All right. So we're gonna swap on over. And like I said, I'm gonna take a really quick BRB. So if you all can do me a favor and keep the wall chicken company, it could use it. It's getting very lonely. So I'll be right back. Right. I'm back. Ugh. Okay. Vex has given us some coordinates. And now we're going to see if I can figure out how we get to coordinates on this server. I know we can teleport. I don't really actually know how to teleport. Okay, so it's Eve. Oh god. Or it'll just happen, Vex. I will simply do nothing, and then I will be there. A plot armor is real. Anyway, we are now here. I want to see, okay, there is a wall. But yeah. Okay, so what block is this? This is a stripped log of some kind. This is birch. I think it's birch. And then we got our colorful trees. We got our pseudo lake in the center. But yeah, plot armor more like plot elytra. Isekai protagonists be like. Yeah. I love that water. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so what do we got? This is like ochre frog lights at the bottom, I want to say. No, they're actually pearlescent frog lights. Okay. In general, I would agree. I actually really like the water as well. I do think the water comes out very good. Although the sand edge could be less regular, I actually agree also with that. The thing that really bugs me about the way you've done the sand is that this top edge, the edge of the sand, the fact that it doesn't follow the concaves really bugs my brain. Because it really makes it like look like a paintbrush situation. I know that on some level it is. I do like this little where you can see where one brush starts. Yeah, so I think my sand thoughts are that the top edge should, like, at varying points, it should follow, like, the break. I do, so, really quick before I get to what you're asking about, the storage floats directly above the lake. Is the lake the only part that loads when, like, will that actually load when you're in the storage? There's like a sphere around you, right? So is that theoretically the only part that's loaded within the sphere? And so that's why it's the only part that needs to be glass. And like the rest of it's not necessarily mob proofed, but like mobs wouldn't be able to spawn there anyway because it's not in the loaded area as long as you're in the storage. Okay, so it's a square column that's loaded. Okay. But the mobs can't spawn outside the sphere. Gotcha. I believe it's, I made it, the lake is the only part of the mob spawning range of the player. Yeah, okay. Loaded area does not equal spawnable area. Gotcha. Understood. Alright, trees. You wanted tree pinions. That's an interesting thing happening here. I have cursed knowledge about the trees that I will share after tree pinions. So one of the things that I've never thought about that I now kind of want to look at, I've never thought about whether in Minecraft forests just look like one solid object. There's something that's happening here. My brain is reading the trees at this level as one thing. And I'm trying to figure out exactly why. And if that is a thing that it's... Because like I live underground. So it's not like a problem I ever have to think about. These do trees stand out from each other? There were rockets in this thing. Let's go find some rockets. 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 Nope. I know they're like near the entrance to... Why is there a dog here? There they are. I know they're here somewhere. just grab a stack of rockets, because we're going to use... Surely we will use 8 rockets. This one's sunflower. Right, anyway, here's a forest. Actually, we didn't have to go very far to find forests. Forgot that you're basically bordered on all sides by forest. I think there's one log, though. Alright, so... do Minecraft trees in general have this problem? It does, to some degree. It does start to do it on the farther back trees. Here it does it less because there are distinctly different tree colors, and I don't know why there are different tree colors. Oh, because there's some oak trees, some birch trees. That's what's happening there. We just have different types of trees. But when you get a mono tree, I think the other thing that's helping mono tree sections is that the leaves have the transparent... The thing that... Yeah, I think that that's part of it. I do think the thing that Acorn hates about the tree leaves really helps the tree leaves, in my opinion. I think the semi-transparency really, in my brain, helps read them as leaves. So, oops. Let's return. Did I... Yeah, okay. Now let's go back to the creative world. Do we still float? Yeah, I do think that it is quite... Okay, so the curse knowledge about the trees is very relevant to what Ox just said. There are exactly 2 types of trees. The leaves are varied only in color, and some of the leaves did get replaced with air. Gotcha. So let's look at our trees. So we have what I would call short tree and tall tree. Yeah. Understood. Gotcha. It's like, I do think that they read much more correctly from height. I think when you can see them at this angle, you can parse the distinction between them. You get the shape better in a way that helps you tell they're definitely trees. And yeah, and this is the angle that they will be seen from. It's ultimately the angle you probably care the most about. I think any other version, and yeah, it's not really meant to be something you jump down into explore, but I would like it to be, I just suck. I like the walls, but I think they clash with the other colors you've created. So what is the center wall color? But yeah, I am about to agree with Ox. You don't suck. You are just learning. We all start somewhere. So this is like a gray... This is a terracotta, right? So I was like looking at the texture, I was like, that's a terracotta. Cyan terracotta, my crutch block. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's a lot more work. My brain would go... Yeah. Think I succeeded in theming, but had mixed results in execution. It came out striking. It is very striking. I know one of the things that's really difficult with a project of this size... Oh god, we're falling. Is my brain... One of the things that my brain is struggling with a little bit is that it starts to get incredibly samey. And I know that that's part of the problem of having to make a bunch of different bespoke trees to make a forest. And so, like, it's a problem that you can only really solve with, like, a lot more work. Because I would tell you that you could make, like... Yeah, I think that what I was going to say, it would be cool if you separated the colors and designed a tree for each color and then made, like, 3 different variations of that tree and then blasted them out into the whole thing. And so you could do, like, one that's predominantly an orange tree, but has some highlights of one of the other colors, and you do, like, one that's a purple tree that has highlights of one of the other colors. And so Vex says, I've tried to do something like that in a very naive way with a noise map. It didn't turn out super great. Actually, this current setup is using a 3D noise map. If you look at any given color, it's always nearby to other blocks the same color. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see that. So you really like the idea of the colorful trees, right? That's kind of a thing that you want to actually use. I also want to look at your floor. I can see it's got a lot of blocks in it, and I'm kind of curious what's happening down here. You have moss, grass, I believe terracotta of some kind. I want to incorporate color, like, into the design somehow, but it doesn't necessarily need to be through the trees. Gotcha. Yeah, because, like, down at foot level, it has kind of always bothered me that every tree is a birch tree. Odd complaint. Okay, so Ox says, I do actually kind of like this angle. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because it really is giving Dr. Seuss. I think you are succeeding in that. There are moments right here where my brain, it's really giving Attack on Titan in a very funny way. And that's just because of the wall being the tall wall that it is, and it's absolutely nothing to do with your design. My brain reads being walled in like this as vaguely Attack on Titan-ish. Go back up here. As it is, all the trees have the same mix of colors. It'd be good if some trees had predominant color and other ones had a little. Okay, I did read that. Moss, lime green, concrete powder, green concrete, green terracotta. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I do think one of the things you could do is I think you could work on the terrain of the shoreline a little bit. And like again, making more interesting variations to it. If I were you, like my brain wants to knock down about make a clearing in the trees about that far back from the lake. My brain really wants to get rid of every tree, like 2 or 3 trees deep, to just make so that you get from the sand, then you get an obvious green belt, then you get into the forest itself. And I don't know if that's me. I would also blend the sand into the green. Yeah, I don't know if what my brain wants is like grass struggles more and more to grow out of the sand. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so I think what Ox is saying is if you match, like my suggestion of matching the terrain, but then also once you've matched more a terrain thing to then do a zone where it blends between the two, where it's dotted with sand. I might even find a way, if you could, to dot in some dirt in that transition zone. But that's just what my brain wants to do. I think it wants to go look like real world pictures of lake like shorelines. And I think I'm like picking up on something that I think there usually is a gap between lake, shoreline, and tree in a lot of places. Just because the groundwater saturation is probably making it so the ground close enough is not stable for trees in a lot of times. Obviously, this is not always true. I don't even know if it's particularly true, but the lake of my mind has more gap to the trees. Like I said, though, I do really like the lake. Water itself looks great. Anyway, I will go actually really. I'm gonna go look at this Discord picture that Vex posted. Yeah, gotcha. Do you see this? If anybody would like to go look at it too, post it in the Minecraft channel of the Melon Pit Discord. That is an incredibly nice perimeter design. And obviously it's not the part that Vex was showing for the reference, but it has a compass in the center that looks quite cool. Almost caught my headphone cable while I'm adjusting in my seat here. Like the lake, do the trees, probably completely redo the terrain. I'd like to add some paths and buildings and stuff. Yeah, I think that could definitely help. A full fantasy forest. And just always remember, I would tell you, always look at reference pictures if you can, but not just of like custom builds, but like go look at references of forests and nature. I do think they help a lot, and I know that this comes from. Where's it go? We can go try to do this. We just kick on over to our desktop view. I would hope that you know what a tree looks like. Let's open a Google tab. It's going to open on my other page, but it's just what do we look for? Forest, lake. Let's just like look at an actual lake over here in California out of curiosity. Just to kind of see what's going on with like shorelines, because I think it's a little interesting. Like here in California, we get a lot of really like rocky shorelines. I think that's not really the effect you're trying to go for. So we just have a lot of like rocks here. Let's just go with forest, lake. But I think this is what's happening is we're getting like an actual place. Lake in forest. We're getting just like generic God knows what. And who knows what of this is actually real? What if it is AI? What a nightmare we live in now with trying to Google anything. You do get like forests that come directly up. I would be kind of curious if you could incorporate some green into your lake water in like the lower levels, if that would give it a kind of cool effect, or if this is truly just because it's a reflection of the trees. I think that's what's happening in these. We're really seeing a reflection. A lot of these we're seeing actually no sand. Let's see if we lake sand. Okay, here we got one. Here's like a picture. Where we have a sand area. And see, my brain is picturing... Okay, I posted in Discord a video that I think might provide some good inspo as well. Yeah, and I do think we are seeing that a lot of times the trees basically do go directly up to the sand sometimes. Either we got back to Lake Tahoe. Reno. Let's look at Big Bear Lake. What's going on in Big Bear? Another lake I am very familiar. Actually, this is probably the lake I am the most familiar with, having gone to Big Bear plenty of times. Here, I do feel we get this, and I don't know if that's just because this is like a man-made problem, where we get big distinctions, and it's just because people use these areas. But obviously, you see here, we get a lot of these rock-type deals in our lakes here in California. We have a lot of rocks. The mountains are just very rocky. I do like a mountainous area, but mountains are very hard. To be honest, even with Axiom, designing good terrain from a flat starting area is super hard. Maybe I'll install Terralith and snag a cool looking section of that world and modify that. Yeah, I think you could do something like that. I'd love to see you make a completely original mountain, but you obviously don't have to start there. The thing that I always want to do mountains-wise, I think I've said this before in other places, but I don't think you've been there for them, Vex, is these are the mountains kind of closest to where I live, and I really want to one day try to capture the color of these mountains in a build. Like, do a mountain build, but just like how like bright our mountains look in some ways. But like, this is the mountain of my imagination and childhood, because we don't like forests. What's that? The hell is a forest? This is what our mountains look like. And I just don't think that Minecraft as it exists does not have anything that looks like this. And I think it would be cool to try to build sometime. But yeah, we get this very desert tone that I think is quite cool. But as we know, I am a desert dweller. I have lived in a desert basically my entire life. But I've seen some cool stuff. I've played on a Terralith world one time, and it was indeed pretty cool. Let's go back over here really quick. Is there any other commentary to be had here? Because you said you were quite happy with the walls, right, Vex? One of the trans gamer servers did use Terralith. one of the iterations. The one I played on used Terralith. The water begins essentially full depth. I expect to see some... Yeah. That's true. And I could understand that, though. I do think that one of the problems is that to achieve the fog effect, the glass needs to be a certain thickness. And so, like, by removing that thickness... Yeah, I do think that giving it a reason to be steep would be cool. It's like, I think my brain, if I wanted to do a lake like this, my brain would try to imagine why is this lake like this? And it would be like, oh, okay, you want to know an easy way you get a lake like this? You do an impact crater lake. It's like, meteor falls out of sky, blasts crater, lake now forms in said crater. And this is how you get just a truly, like, a sheer, instantly deep drop into a lake. And so, like, my brain would want to do... Okay, so I vaguely considered theming it to be literally the opposite. Storage floating island. Gotcha. Yeah. I think if we were doing like a what Ox is kind of saying, we would do like a obvious outcrop. So like you decide what kind of stone is underneath your sand, and then you would do obvious areas where the stone is visible through the sand, or like big outcroppings of like boulder of the said stone. And then you would do the lining. You would drop the stone obviously down all the way through it, because you've done one layer. I'm actually unclear why we have one layer of andesite here, and then it's back to sand, and then some andesite. I'm a little curious about what part of generating this way caused this. Yeah, I can imagine the jank around the sand. Oh god, I love this. Not the ruined portal that got smashed. Otherwise... the Ruinator portal. Oh no, the ruined portal got ruined. But yeah. I do think, though, that you were onto something. And it really did give, like, the Dr. Seuss vibes. So I think it managed to be pretty successful at that. I just think that, yeah, something about the noise, how noisy it is not quite helping read each tree individually. But I think we will go ahead, take this opportunity to switch over to play our game of League of Legends. Be very exciting today. See how it goes. So we will go desktop. We will click League of Legends. Did work, I think, pretty well. Think maybe it will not work very well. I kind of hate when the Riot client opens instead of. So I think it's broken. I think when the Riot client opens, it does not work correctly. Yeah, Vanguard doing weird things. It does happen. Did you see the other one, Vex, that Ox is referring to? Because now we have Estrogen Elf and Estradiol Wizard. I'm not sure who changed their name to be that, but now we have another one. Okay, what's gonna bug you here, Ox? And well, I go ahead and switch us to the league scene and go fix our category. Oh, Estradiol. I got you. I got you. Da, 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 da. Get our category. Yeah, we do know better. And I conceptually know this all the time, and then my brain just doesn't read it that way. And then it's like, I'm gonna read it. And it does just sound it out that way. Estra dial. That's what's happening there. Instead of estradiol. 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 Nice one, Vex. We love some toxic masculinity. Listening to women who does that. So let's check. Do I have any bucks? Do not have any boxes. I'm sorry, we unfortunately cannot gamble on our random boxes today, friends. We will simply have to queue up. That's true, Vex. Unfortunately, you were already caught listening to women. Alright. Let's see if I can actually, like, get a character A that I have skins for, and B that we can see the skins for, and I'll try to let you guys pick a skin, but we're not gonna have time. This is gonna be like if we roll, like, Zyra, because I don't have to change anything for Zyra. Oh god, we have low rolled here. This is bad, Scoob. We got some bad characters. Okay, we have physical, physical, physical. This guy could be kind of AP. We've pretty much all melee. Okay, we now have AP. I can't fix this. So we can either decide, we have 2 magic damage. Do I want to do scaling or do I want to play Aurelia? This guy switched. Now I'm gonna take this, I guess. Ooh, but now we gotta make rapid decisions because this is why I don't like the new one very much. Because I have to change things so quickly, and I'm hearing the thing, I'm out of time. We are Lilia now, Vex. Don't know if you have dear thoughts that I don't know about. Right, yes. As we know, fellas, it is gay to talk to women. And Ox asks, Eve, have you ever been to a Brahms? I don't even know what that is. So I'm gonna go with no. What is a Brahms? Vex says, just don't like her. Not the worst champion. That's Syndra, but still annoying. Why is Syndra the worst champion? Can she pick up Shaco clones? That'd be really funny. Okay, Brahms is a Midwest ice cream chain that also sells some fast food type items, but it's known for its ice cream. Oh, okay. So this is potentially gonna suck. I don't know how this game's gonna go. I'm, like, pretty good into this guy. He wants to build armor, and I'm very good against that. This guy, I don't know. It's gonna really be hit and miss here. I don't like this. I don't like what's happening on this side. Okay, it's not just a Shaco thing. I hated her with a passion long before I picked up Shaco, but it does not help that she counters Shaco. How does she counter Shaco? And so I guess I will also ask you then, Ox, have you been to a Brahms? Since you obviously know what it is. Have you been to one? Would you recommend it? And we'll see. So they don't really play their champions. We actually have 2 people who really play their champions.
A leader in life, a shopkeeper in death. My time in the King Crew did not prepare me for this.
Right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna grab that. And here we go. Party time, friends. We're out. We're here. We're dear. We've won that trade. Very funny. So here, one of our problems is we're going to want to try to get damage onto the enemy without getting, like, into range close enough to get completely blasted and take way too much trade damage, but that's really hard for us because they have a lot of range. We do not. We're kind of a weird melee mage, as Ox has mentioned before. I am very close to what counts as a melee mage in this game. And they're really taking a lot of pot shots at me. Quite annoying. One of our problems here is that we don't really have a lot of good way to harass from a distance. A lot of our champions all in. Oh, we got the kill there, though. Ever so slightly too fast here for that guy. He surprisingly came out very ahead in that trade. Which I'm kind of impressed. What's that? I wish that had hit. Oh, those guys are so up ahead and I can't help. So I have to stay in kind of a range where I can hit this guy, but not too close to him. I got that hit. That's good for me. That's not good for me. We did get the trade though, so that's positive. Grab my boots, get a little bit faster. I am a sort of centaur. Would you call it? So I'm deer on the bottom half. Would you call that a centaur still? Or is that different somehow? Goodbye, Zack. You will be remembered. But yeah, I generally kind of agree, though, that there's not a better word than centaur, even though I'm not a horse. I don't know, Lilia. Who knows? Voice Line Knight there said, when they say goodnight, do you think they mean it? My character is very dream, like, themed. Got him. Really need to complete my first item here to kind of have much more threat on these people. I am landing hits, but the problem is they're not very good ones at the moment. So I don't have a completed item yet. But I am getting more hits than I would reasonably expect to. Need my ultimate to come back right here. Oh, I died. my team's getting a decent fight out of this. I want to do that, though, and I want to do that. Look back. We're going pretty even here, considering... Actually, we're ahead here. Nice! They really won that fight.
Without thought, if I were out there, this would be over in an instant.
I do see that Militar joke, even. Difficult fight for us here.
Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me.
The Aphelios is a problem. He is really trying to hit me, which I do not like. I am but a deer. I would simply like to not have that happen. So I'm not a very tanky character. I mostly do damage. Oh, got him. Nice. We do have a really good all-in. Like, clearly that's going for us. I do think we're in a great position for this game, so they can't defend this tower now. We definitely get it. Ooh, and the fact that he got an execute... Oh, this guy! He took the portal before it switched to the other one. The Roly Spike Boy is Rammus. Oh god, I've been hit. Oh god, I've been hit. Oh god, I'm dead. Rammus, he is... His, like, character title is the Armordillo, which I think is incredibly dumb. And he has, like, some of the least amount of voice lines in the game. He says okay a lot. Oh god. Hey, we did it! We spun around. One of the things that my character is trying to do is I'm trying to run around people and just keep doing this little spin swing with my staff here. And so it's kind of hard for me in this game. They have so much range. Yeah, so Vex said, okay. That's like 80% of Rammus's voice lines. He just says is... He has an ability, yeah, that makes you hit him, and another ability that makes it so that it hurts you when you hit him. And then almost all of his voice lines are just him saying, okay. He's a very old character, desperately in need of an update. Here, I don't know if we can defend this. It's gonna be rough. Good hit by one of our members there. I'm kind of in an advantageous position here. I don't have to worry about hitting the Rammus. That only applies to people who melee attack or auto attack. Since I use abilities, he basically... his thing doesn't affect me. I just kind of like dance around him.
Before sleep.
That happens every so often. Oh dear. Oh god.
Forest protects us all.
I can hit that guy in the back with my dumb little ball, my bowling ball that I'm throwing. It will just... oh, he just died anyway. Oh god. Go away. Oh god, we got him though. That hurt. Alright, so now we're getting somewhere. Now I decide, do I want to build magic shred because they're not going to build magic resistance? The real question. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I think I just want raw damage in this game. God, we can't commit into that. We have to give this one up. I want to clear those. That's really all I want to do in that situation. Is he gonna take that? No, he's not, but he's dead anyway. The Aphelios is pretty much the only one I have to worry about. That's the guy with the guns that keeps shooting me. Not the one doing the big cone of damage, but the other one. That one over there is Misfortune, the one with the cone. Helios is basically the only thing that's giving a lot of threat for me. Because he keeps focusing me. This guy here. Bad for my health. And he seems very concerned with shooting me. Very unfortunate. I don't know what I ever did to him. I am but a deer. Getting out there again. Let's go. We're back, team. Alright, this is over. They've already lost this fight. Sometimes you can just tell from, like, literally the opening maneuver of a fight, oh, they've just lost. They've horribly lost this fight.
So much intervene.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Whee! Oh, they surrendered. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Fun fact. Dot effects do not wake targets slept by Lilia. Second fun fact, MF and Lucian R are considered dots. Use this info responsibly. Pretty good. I will honor all of my teammates in this game, because this was an incredibly one-sided game. Everyone played so well. Then it's just like our support. He had low deaths, low kills, high assists. Our tank had low kills, low deaths, high assists. Our damage people, we all did damage. Who honored me? The Ivern. Nature champions stick together, I guess. But anyway, as we established, I think we looked at this the last time, Ox, and you really didn't like it. Was that Lilia is a deer, that her lower half. I think we discussed it in relation to the bowling skin, the one that I was playing, how much you hated the way that this skirt worked. I think the bowling skin is hilarious. One of my favorite skins that's come out in a long time. Okay, if you had to pick a Lilia skin that I own, there's default Lilia, where she's just like nature deer fawn lady, centaur, fawn centaur. I don't really know what the term is there. Then we got Spirit Blossom, where now it's kind of the same, except deer, but white. White deer. Different things going on a little. Then we got Evil Lilia. I don't like this skin at all. I think the evil looking one is bad. Then we've got this one, which is like Chinese fantasy Lilia, Shanghai Scrolls Lilia. Kind of like what's going on with her head antlers here in this one. This is cool. Then we have Bowling League Lilia. I'm kind of curious from my friends here in chat which Lilia they think is the best Lilia. You see Vex is like, base skin Lilia is also evil Lilia, and also all of the other skins. What about the locked ones? We could look at the locked ones. I didn't look at them because we can't pick them. Actually, we only have one locked skin for Lilia. We have Fairy Court Lilia. I actually really like Fairy Court as a skin line in general. I really like Fairy Court. I just haven't happened to roll this skin out of the random skin machine. Okay, which one do I think you like? Well, I know it's not bowling. I suspect it's not default. So I'm gonna have to pick... I'm suspecting it's not evil. So Vex, are you guessing... Are you saying that your favorite is between Fairy Court and Shanghai? Or that which one you think Hawks likes? And it's weird that Evil Lily is not even the oldest skin. It's so much worse. But it's not even... Because obviously, Spirit Blossom is her oldest skin. This was her launch skin. And then this one came out later, and I just think it's infinitely worse. If I had to guess, though, Ox, I would be torn between Fairy Court and Spirit Blossom. Or which one you would like the most. Default? Okay. Is it just the colors? Oh, mostly because clothes on her body bother me. This one seems the most coherent. Yeah, I mean, conceptually, it is the most coherent because this is her canonical design. This is what she's supposed to look like. And all the other ones are like, this is an alternate universe skin, this is an alternate universe. They're all alternate universes, actually, now that I look at it. Bowling is from the April Fool's universe, which is funny. That's funny, Vex. I just don't like her ears. Why are they so big? She needs an Uma Musume phone. She does need an Uma Musume phone. So I'm actually now curious to do this again. We're going to go to my two favorite characters because I'm curious to get both of your opinions on my two favorite characters, Zyra, and we'll do so in a second. Mostly because Zyra's just the easiest champion in the game to find. So Zyra, her backstory is originally just that she's evil plant woman. She's Poison Ivy. She's a Poison Ivy knockoff with Jessie from Pokemon's hair. And that's like, she's from the really rip-off era of characters. And I think much like Poison Ivy, they've slowly decided that she's not evil because it didn't make sense that she was evil. So anyway, we have default Zyra, where she's like a plant woman. Then we have launch alt skin Zyra, where it's Zyra but fire. And I think this one is garbage. Trash skin. Probably her worst skin. Hate this one. We got Wildfire. We have Haunted, which is like, now she's stone, kind of with like a dead plant theme. I like this one. But I don't think I have much to say about it. Then we need, oh, and I do see that Fyra. I like that. We have this one from the very first time that SKT won Worlds, actually. This is the very first SK Telecom skin line Zyra made it on, and she's just a lady. Like, just a human lady, and I think it's funny. Then we have Dragon Sorceress Zyra, where she's a dragon sorceress. That's all we got. This is probably considered her, like, sluttiest skin, I think, by a not insignificant margin. Then we have Coven Zyra. Coven Zyra comes from a really interesting line of skins, the Coven skins, which really mark a turning point in skin design for League of Legends, because one designer had to try so hard to get them to put Coven in because she really liked high fashion stuff, and all of the management above her, being guys, was like, no, we don't think this high fashion stuff will sell. And so they fought. They just wouldn't let her put it in the game. And finally, she like staked her career on putting this skin line in the game, Coven, and they were like, fine, we'll do it. But like, on your head are the consequences. And then Coven became one of the best-selling skin lines in the game. It was so turbo popular that like half a dozen other high fashion skin lines were spawned because of Coven. And it's so funny to me. Actually hilarious. No, they didn't, because that was really before the bigger management changes. And she actually left the company like shortly after that. This was one of the last skin lines she worked on. So it was a really unfortunate situation. But like, she was right. She was undeniably right. And everyone above her was incorrect. And then we got a kind of garbage prestige version. I don't like it. Default's just better. Then we have, again, another one of the like high fashion Zyras. This one is very popular. She is just a woman though. Then we have Evil Eldritch Zyra. I like this one. I don't think most people like this one. I think they hate her hair. But I like this one. We got Mythmaker. I don't care for Mythmaker. I don't really think I like the Mythmaker skin line at all in general, but this one, just something about it really... There are a lot of Zyra skins that don't look like Zyra, and I think this one really doesn't look like Zyra for some reason to me. Then we have Street Demon. This is actually one of my favorite Zyras. I think this one is just really cool. Love the effects on it. Love the outfit. Everything about Street Demons. One of my favorites. Yeah, old effects, this old league had some crazy shit going on. Lux was originally a clone of Marissa from Toho. Yeah, God, there were so many like horrible rip-off skins and characters back in the day. It's so funny. Okay, interesting. For some reason, Street Demons has Korea vibes to me. I'm not sure. But I like it. I think this is very good. Then we have Blood Moon. Blood Moon is fine. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I really don't see it in game either, though, so... and then we have Spirit Blossom. I really like Spirit Blossom. I love the whole Spirit Blossom line. And I don't think that's even a controversial take. I think it's one of the most popular skin lines in League of Legends. But yeah, so I'm curious though, between you two, which of the Zyra skins do you all like? What are the favorite Zyra skins? So it's either Dragon Sorceress or Street Demons, both for the same reason. I also like Crystal Rose, just because I think Crystal Rose color scheme is pretty in general. I agree on Crystal Rose. Crystal Rose is one of my favorites. I think my two favorites are probably Crystal Rose and Street Demon. And it's so funny that they're like nothing alike. Those two are my favorites. Okay, and then Ox says, I kind of hate all of them, to be honest. Alright, so... I think you can support Ox in this decision, Vex. Ox is a Zyra hater. You are a Zyra hater. Three Demon Zyra's banger. Banger skin. Love this one. This one just has a vibe I agree with. But then Sona, this is going to be a tragedy, in my opinion. Because we're going to see some ugly, ugly art here, my friends. And I am sorry. It's going to get bad. We have default Sona. Yeah, this is going to be... Vex's opinion is probably not totally incorrect here. So yes, here is a dress. Sona is one of the dress champions. This is why when you asked me a long time ago about which character I'd like government assign you from League of Legends, my brain was like, I think I'd just lump you in with me on my favorite character. So I think Sona is generally... also the most a character you would probably like. She wears dresses, she plays music. I know what Vex is alluding to here. Default Sona is probably the best Sona. Sona is the perfect wife. Eve knows why. and I'm pretty confident what he's alluding to is that in-game, Sona is mute. Canonically, she cannot talk. She's like... And so is a character that speaks only through her music. Yeah, it is. So that's a thing. Anyway, we have default Sona. I think default Sona is good. I think my problem is truly just that Sona's animations and her character model suck. It's garbage. So we have this. We have default. Then we start to get into the really this one is awful. This is old League of Legends art. Like, old art. And it looks terrible, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh god, the boobs. Oh god, just so much about this is a nightmare. This will not survive a rework. In this fashion? It's... Yeah. This is Sona, like, this is one of her, this is obviously based on its location, one of her oldest skins, and I think that means it's like from peak, have they seen a woman? Days of League of Legends skin design. It's bad. So much about this is bad. Then we get Pentakill Sona. She's here in the shared splash art. I think Pentakill's cool. Like it well enough. But it's metal themed, so I like it. Then we have Silent Night Sona, the Christmas one. It's fine. I don't really like Christmas themed things, I think is what's happening here. What do you think of this dress? Ox, how's this? Actually kind of like the Silent Night. I like her hair. I do like her hair in this one. I do think that this one, when it gets reworked one day, will look pretty good. And Ox says, generally don't like that type of dress. I like much lighter dresses. Gotcha. Then we get Gunquin. Gunquin is the very first of the really Asian-inspired skins that she gets. She gets like another one later. It's fine. I'm not mad at it. I don't like it. But I'm not mad about it. I don't think I have very much to say. Give her brown hair on this one. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Okay, after looking at it, Silent Night Miku's Hatsune Miku vibes. I gotcha. Like her hair in this one too. In general, you'll see a lot of comparisons with this character. Yeah, we just don't think about that. Just don't think about it. Then we have Arcade Sona. I like Arcade well enough. This is by far her worst skin. That's funny. Not the big sock hand warmers. I don't hate this one. Vex obviously does not like it. This one they gave away for free a very long time ago for going to events and stuff. That's how I got it. Nice. That's funny. This is the one your brother designed. I hope it doesn't bother him that Vex hates it. Funny joke on the fact that my brother, who does the art for my channel so far, is Twitter handle is arcade. Then we get to DJ. DJ is my favorite. Vex, I think, has already established that he does not like DJ. There was that comment. Unpopular opinion. DJ Sona is ugly. I like DJ. DJ is actually the reason I play Sona. To be real, I didn't play Sona before DJ came out. And DJ was what inspired me to pick up the character. Doesn't surprise me also that you do not care for DJ Sona Ox. It is just a bodysuit Sona design with this helmet. Blue is the best one, color-wise, in my opinion. Then we get to Sweetheart Sona, which is Sona in, like, the Sweetheart skin line. It's a very Valentine's-themed skin line. I don't have big thoughts about this one. I think it's fine. Again. Yeah, I generally don't love the Sweetheart skins across the board. I'm not mad about them, but nothing about this makes me want to play it. Yeah, that is like 5-year-old. It is giving 5-year-old princess. Then the next one is a sci-fi one, Odyssey Sona. I don't like Odyssey. I really don't like this one. And I like that it's the first one that I'm like, I really don't like this. And Vex is like, I like this one. I don't. I kind of hate this one across the board. And not in a, like, some of the other ones I don't like because the art bad. Like, Muse is art bad. God, that's a terrible joke. Vex thinks everyone ought to see this skin. Terrible. Actually terrible. But yeah, I don't think I like almost any of the Odyssey skins. Then we get to Psyops. I like Psyops, honestly. It's like a cool... I would like the awful. And it's always very specifically that one image of what is that horse's name? Oh god, I can't remember now. Air Groove. You're not wrong though, Vex, on this. The splash art really does not look like Sona though. This could just easily be Kale. It could be Kale. You're not wrong. This is from like the science fiction setting one, and it's fine. I'm not mad about it. I like it well enough. Apparently I actually own it. Oh, guess I can try it out in game sometime. I just really never switch off of DJ. Then we have the second Pentakill skin. It's fine. It's cool. I think this Pentakill band setup is worse than the first one. This one, the suit reminds me of the Metal Benders from Al. I could see that. But yeah. I like Pentakill Lost Chapter. I like the original Pentakill more in general. But this one's not bad. I am curious about these pipes coming out of the bottom of her instrument thingy. I think in this universe she's a keyboard player. This is an interesting design here. So when you say that one looks like a man, Ox, are you talking about this skin here? Like, obviously, she's the one over here. It's a shared splash, so the guy is right in the center. Were you talking about this guy, or were you saying that she actually looks like a man in this one? Yeah, there is a man here in the center. In the Pentakill band universe, Karthus is the lead singer, and so he is actually dead center in the splash, and she's right off to the side here. So I get why that's really confusing. Shared splashes are pretty confusing because you gotta find the character. But that is funny. I get it. Text says, well, I like the idea of her hair, not what it's actually doing in the splash. Gotcha. It's very up in the splash. Then we get Star Guardian. I think Star Guardian's fine. Your weird little mouse thing. Kind of fun. Yeah, it's just nothing special for Star Guardian. It is exactly every other Star Guardian skin. I could see it. The nerdy girl who gets the makeover. That's because of the glasses. I agree. I can see it with the glasses. And it's weird that this is one of the only skins where she has glasses. Then we get Immortal Journey Sona. This is the second really Asian-inspired skin line. I think it's fine. I don't think I love the hair. I like the color, but I don't like whatever this is going on in the center here. Yeah, market improvement over the first of the really Asian-inspired ones, but I kind of agree. I like this split-colored bodysuit dress, because it ends... I can see her thigh here, so this is not really a dress. Something going on here, though, but I do like this split color with the wing kind of design going over the center here. I think that's very cool. I like her dress thingy too. Not necessarily a fan of her makeup. I kind of agree. It's really laid on thick here in a way that I don't care for as much. Then we have the prestige version of this skin. One of the only Sona skins where she has short hair. This is kind of what's an interesting note about this one. And to do that, they've given her these long, like, magical crystal headtail thingies that replace her ponytails. Yeah, they do. Ox, I gotta get that. And I'm not really sure how to say this word. My brain would say it as kipao, but I don't know if that's correct. Inspired collar, but also the cleavage. I like Prestige Immortal more than Default Immortal Journey. Yeah, the color scheme I think the color scheme works better in this one than this one. But I do associate her being a blue champion. So much of her default is blue. And I just think the blue works better. And then we're going to get Victorious. This was the one that caused me to have to go back and play ranked for a season, because the Victorious skins are given out as ranked rewards. And as soon as they they said, we're going to do Sona this time, I'm like, oh, damn it, I have to go play ranked again for this season. This one's good. I agree, Vex. I actually like this one a lot. I don't play it because her base model sucks, but I really like this one. I had to go back to ranked to earn it. I agree, Ox. I love the way her face looks in this one. I think this one is just like the most, like, I guess what I'd like to see them kind of like adapt all the Sonas to look like this Sona. Because one of the Sona problems is that she really looks quite different in a lot of her skins because they're so old. And so I would like them to settle on this design and just fix a lot of the other ones to look like this. That's my kind of my hope of what might happen because it's one of her most recent skins. We'll see. Then she has this one, her other newest skin from the Spirit Blossom Springs skin line. I don't like this one. Yeah, I agree, Vex. I really do not like this one. I don't like this outfit very much at all. I don't like this hair. This hair has big wig energy in a way that really bothers me for some reason. I don't know what they did here. But it's got like big wig with a bump it in it energy. They tried to go for a cutesy sex appeal thing here and completely flopped it. I agree on all accounts. I actually don't really care for this Spirit Blossom Spring skin line at all. I think it's one that missed recently. I actually don't even have a clue what her instrument is in this skin. It's not at all here in the skin. But yeah, so I'm kind of curious though. Overall, we've now gone through all the Sona skins. You think her instrument is the hot springs? She'd just be splashing. I wouldn't surprise me. Be terrible, but wouldn't surprise me. I'm curious though, from both of you, which of these do you actually think is the best Sona skin? Again, we got Default, Muse. If either of you say Muse, I know you're just trolling me. Pentakills, Silent Night, Gunkwin, Aid, DJ, Sweetheart, Odyssey. We've really picked up a lot of skins actually over the years. Psyops, Lost Chapter, Star Guardian, Immortal Journey 1, Immortal Journey 2, Victorious, and Spirit Blossom Springs. Okay, so Ox says, okay, my top are Default, followed by Prestige Immortal. Okay. I think those are reasonable takes. And then Vex says, but there are more. I think my definitely are Prestige Immortal, maybe followed by Victorious. Those are also good picks. I think we're like consensus coming around on if we were doing ranked choice voting, I think we've decided that Prestige Immortal is the best one. Because I don't think Novex put it as number 1, Ox put it as number 2, and I definitely think it's up there. I think we've ranked choice voted this one. But obviously, I'm a DJ Sona player, so until they update Sona and they make her other skins more playable, in my opinion, because no matter how good they make the skins look, they just can't do anything with the fact that her animations and her base models suck. And that's what needs to update, not the skins. Okay, and then Vex is on record as liking Default. So yeah, Default's pretty high, then, on our rank choice. Okay, and you don't like the visor in the headset? Gotcha. One of the funny things is that I gotta know with this one, Ox, I think they've progressively, every time they've updated Sona's default splash, they've made her boobs smaller. Which is hard to believe with this one. But they have in general been doing that. I think you really get to a much more reasonable place as we go. There are a lot of characters, like, who do I think has some of the oldest jank boob design. I think most of the ones that I'm like trying to think of are really gone at this point. A lot of them have been updated. No, Misfortune's pretty bad. This is an old splash for Misfortune. It's MF, definitely. This one is exactly like old school League of Legends splash art that makes no sense whatsoever. And they're not able they should change this one. But I think they've decided because Captain exists that they're like, Captain is canonically her default what she looks like in universe. And this one gets left behind because the horny fan base portion would throw a riot if they changed this one. Yeah, Captain is so much better. And this is a really funny story, Vex. When they made the League of Legends card game. Oh, okay, that's funny. As a member of the horny fan base, I would captain before her default. Yeah. So in the new League card game, let's go. We're doing another detour because this is funny to me. So we're gonna bring up a tab here. We're gonna go to the desktop. And we are going to go to TCG Player. Yeah, definitely, Ox, we're about to wrap. So if you want to go start on the cinnamon rolls, no worries. I just want to show Vex this because it's so funny. And then after this, I got nothing else. We're going to look up Misfortune. We can... But just they made Orange Misfortune's default art Captain. They didn't make it her regular skin. And even when they used, at the air quotes, the regular skin, look at the version that they used compared to the version that's in the game. And I'm just like, so they really don't like the other one. Because we got this thing, and then this is the one that they used for the card game. And I'm just like, they really don't like this design at all. It's so funny. So yeah, the boobs in the TCG look much more realistic. Everything about the TCG version is just better. Just a better one. They did a better thing here. But look at this one. We get this card for 12 cents, gang. For shipping for $1.31 for your 12-cent card. Hilarious. I wish they were all that cheap. I do not have that card. I actually got one, like, because sometimes to get the cheaper shipping, you have to, like, get a bunch of cards. So they'll be like, if you buy $5 of cards, you get free shipping. And so if your order comes out to $4, you might as well fill enough cards in to get to $5 because you're already going to pay that in shipping. So I've had like a couple orders that are like that where I'm just like, I got to add like other stuff. And so I did get that card, but then I traded it for a better card to someone who really wanted it. So it's quite funny. I'm climbing the ladder of cards to the better cards of the future. All right, so let's get ourselves back over. Let's go over to our Minecraft scene. So yeah, we're having fun. I'm gonna put our category back to Minecraft. Cool, cool. We are updated. We're back. But, that's fun. Tabatai is live if you want a Japan raid. Oh, let me take a look really quick. Do I have anyone? I don't think I'm going to. I did have people on, but not at this point. I mean, I guess we can go over there, because I want to say that we probably have friends that are already over there. Would be my best guess. Oh, I think he just ended, actually. I think like quite literally just ended when I searched. Too funny. I think for today, I guess let's look really quick. Why not? What are we getting recommended for our raid options? I honestly think I'm pretty tired, so with our easiest raid option, down and out, I think I will go ahead and let you guys go. Thank you for hanging out, watching me place rocks, talking about League of Legends stuff. It was really fun. Yeah, you're welcome, Bex. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. And so we're going to go ahead and yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night to everyone who's here as well. I appreciate all of you. So happy that anyone turns up to have a good time during my stream and just keep me company. Love playing games. Love getting to share that with you. And I hope for my fellow Americans here, we have a happy Thanksgiving. And I will see you all again on Friday. I don't know what we'll be doing, but we'll be having fun doing it. We are enhanced. So yeah, have a good night though, everyone. Yeah, oh, that's true. Go follow Nim. We will be actually on Nim's channel at 1 p.m. PST, 4 p.m. Eastern Time to play Space Marine, of all things. Will be funny. If you would like to see me probably clash with the other person, because it's going to be Nim, completely new to Warhammer, me, slight chaos gremlin, and someone who really does not like my takes on Warhammer for the other person. So we have two opposite spectrum Warhammer fans and Nim caught in the middle new. So it will be incredibly funny to watch that happen. I'm sure I will say many things that Vin will be upset about. Yeah, we do. So we'll be here both on Friday. We'll be on Nim's stream, and then we'll just be here again in the evening doing our regular shenanigans. So I will see you all on Friday. We have a Discord. Sure, everybody here knows we have a Discord. You can get alerts in the Discord. Join the Discord. We're It's a very cool place where all of my favorite people are hanging out. If you would like to be one of my favorite people, you too can go join the Discord. A party, it's a great time. And yeah, I will see you all Friday. Have a good night. The OG roles, I suspect, are going to be more... either specifically if you are like someone who I've known a really long time, or you're one of like the first 10 supporters in. If any of the subs want to join, they'll get it too. So, but it's roughly going to be, I'm going to try to keep it around either the founder badge holders, the 10 first people who join into the Discord, but I want to keep it roughly around 10. Same kind of deal as the founder badge holders. So, but certain people will also just get to be like OGs. And they're like the people who, in my opinion, have really supported me over the years, been the real ones. So there will be some exceptions to that. But theoretically, all the founders could get in if they wanted to. So that's kind of going to be the system there. Everybody else after that, they're just going to... I'm going to create another role. Did you say kick Ghost Boy out? Oh, he's not sub to Stream Alert. That's funny. I might change him to like a specific role if I kick him out. It's funny. But yeah, in general, the other, once I make that, then the main generic role is just gonna be party people. I've decided we're gonna be very party themed. And so the generic category is just gonna be party people. So one final good night, I think, but good night, everybody. Yeah. But yeah, have a great night. Thanks for coming by. It's been a lot of fun. I had a great time. I hope you did too. And I will see you all again on Friday. Bye. Bye. The side.